I'd like to call the June 22nd meeting of the South Orange Maplewood Board of Education to order. Mr. Burnside, please take the roll call.
Board Member Nubia Duval-Wilson.
Here.
Board Member Regina Eckert.
Here.
Board Member Bill Gifford. Board Member Alyssa Malaspina.
Here.
Board Member Holly Telesford. Board Member Arun Badlamani.
Here.
Board Member Courtney Wingfield.
Here.
Board President Caitlin Whitletter.
Here.
Board Member Johanna Wright. Thank you.
Thank you. Please take note that adequate notice of this meeting has been provided in the following manner. A written notice was sent from the Office of the Secretary of the Board at 2:30 p.m. on January 6, 2023. That said notice was sent via email to Maplewood and South Orange Township clerks and the editors of the News Record, Star Ledger, and the Village Green. I want to start this evening by congratulating the Columbia High School class of 2023 who celebrated their graduation yesterday evening. The board is so proud of you and all of your accomplishments. We wish you the best of luck on all your future endeavors. Tonight's meeting, we will have the opportunity to honor and thank our needs of the South Orange Maplewood School District student body over the last 2 years. We will also end a district audit as well as an update from the superintendent and from myself. There will also be an exciting student performance from our Seth Boyden 4th grade STEP team. They have sent the board a video of their performance, which we will play when we're back from executive session. So with that, I'd like to make a motion to enter into executive session at 6:31 p.m. to discuss attorney-client matters, HIB reportation. The length of the executive session is estimated to be 75 minutes, and after which the public meeting of the board shall reconvene and proceed with business where formal action will be taken. May I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Board Member Malaspina. All in favor? The vote appears to be unanimous, so we are now adjourning to closed session. See you very soon. Hi, everyone. We are back. Thank you so much for your patience. Let's get started here. So we are now back in regular session. Thank you all for joining us tonight. Let's please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, so we are going to kick off this meeting with an exciting student performance from our Seth Boyden Elementary School. It's a step performance. They sent us a video. So if we could all turn our attention to the screen, we'll have a great student performance to watch.
I'm Shella Villard, and I am a fourth grade teacher at Seth Boyden. I'm very proud to be here tonight presenting the Seth Boyden 2022-23 Artist Residency in African American Stepping. I was the teacher liaison for the program, which is now in its third consecutive year at Seth Boyden. Our fourth grade and third graders worked with beloved artist Maxine Lyle, founder and creator director of the troupe Soul Steps. Maxine taught a total of 16 workshop days that covered not only stepping movements, but also the history of stepping in Black American culture. For the two-part culminating event, each fourth grade class performed in a stepping assembly for the rest of the school, with special guest performers, the Columbia High School Infinite Step Team, and the Seth Boyden third graders. And then the fourth graders performed an encore show for families that afternoon. The fourth graders additionally took a field trip this spring to see a fraternity and sorority step show at Seton Hall, with busing funded by the Achieve Foundation. A Seth Boyden Stepping Club also took place this spring through Beyond the Bell, taught by the CHS Infinite Step members. The funding for the workshops came from the Artists in Education and Dance to Learn programs in partnership with young audiences of New Jersey and Eastern Pennsylvania. The AIE just announced that Seth Boyden will receive the fourth year of funding for 23-24 school year. Okay. Please let me share the first part of this year's film about the residency, created once again by Seth Boyden parent and documentary filmmaker Erin Harper, who is also here tonight. Mr. Bond will now show the first 9 minutes of the film.
Feeling about the performance tomorrow?
Very excited.
I'm very excited.
I'm nerve-sided. Yeah.
I think we need to get like a good night's sleep.
I think if I just keep going and act like no one's watching, I think I'll be fine.
So I'm nervous.
I'm just trying to think, oh, I got this. I just want to do this for my family.
Because I'm not sure if the team's just going to give up and just...
I'm nervous because I am in the middle and the front. Oh my God, I've been jumping on winning. I was so excited.
During today's culminating event, I was actually amazed
by the vibe in the auditorium. There we all were, and the enthusiasm, the buildup was amazing. It was electrifying.
5, 6, 7, 8.
We liked practice.
You're going to be the one up on stage.
Yeah,
And after listening to it about a few hundred times, we started putting in the work.
This year, our third graders have come back as fourth graders, and so they're bringing that knowledge with them into STEP class this year, and it really shows because the movement is in their bodies. The STEP vocabulary is deeply rooted in their souls. The other day, I realized that one group's choreography looks very similar to another group's choreography from another class. I think that's cool because I think that's actually evidence of the fact that they're so in love with the movement that there's cross-creating going on. Those are the seeds that you want when you're building a STEP culture. What tradition is and how it connects to STEP. That's where our year started, to give them a lens for the African American fraternities.
The mascot is elephants.
The year that they were founded is January 13th, 1913.
There were some schools that eventually came about that were just for African American college students who couldn't get in to other schools. And they were known as historically black colleges and universities.
Now the historically black colleges and universities are technically open to everyone, right?
Now, anyone can go to a historically black college and university.
My name is Brody, and we're going to introduce the Kappa Alpha Psi Fraternity Incorporated. Kappa Alpha Psi Fraternity Incorporated.
So we learn these long names, which are hard for young people to remember.
Want to do it again? Sure, let's do it one more time.
We were examining the rise of African American fraternities and sororities and why they existed. STEP as a way to build community, and for them it was a cultural tradition. It still is.
Zeta sorority focused on addressing social causes.
And the fact that STEP
Has a crew more than 200,000 women.
My mom's in a sorority, so she's definitely going to want me to do it.
I bet your mom can help.
We used to do this, but now we're doing this.
I think this is more powerful though, right?
Yeah. So I walk around like the kitchen while I'm making my lunch and I'm doing my step.
My favorite thing about STEP is how it's so loud. I just love all the stomping and the clapping. It's just so synchronized.
Sometimes it's the rhythm to me. Like when I listen to the step that's my favorite, I just feel like it kind of like a song. So I can remember that step easier.
And the beats, like for example,
Yeah. Show us our step.
5, 6, 7, 8.
One thing that I really like about step is that we get to do our own steps.
Yeah, the steps we created. Like the snap step I do.
Yeah.
Quattro step, 5, 6, 7, 8.
All choreography that they created. I had no hand in it. It's all them. Just start again. Ready?
I guess I'm going.
The students during their solo sections move into a semicircle, and whichever group is performing moves into the center so that they can have their moment to shine. That is something I borrowed from hip hop culture.
It's basically dance and communication, sort of like
sort of like sign language.
Like call and response.
Yeah.
Yo, Dominique, show us what you got. Everybody's in a solo group, everybody has a call, and everybody gets to like feel included. 1, 2, 3, and yeah!
I just wanted the students to feel how you can draw energy when you're in the circle.
5, 6, 7, 8. Ready to round? What's the rule?
In Miss LaForest's class, they're learning about rounding numbers.
Hey, maybe we could do a step routine to remember our rules. So I said, okay.
It would be 5 or more you score, 4 or less you rest.
5 or more you score, 4 or less you rest. 5 or more you score, 4 or less you rest.
She has never had a class that has learned the rules of rounding as quickly as this class.
5 or more you score, 4 or less you rest.
They would meet outside during recess and just kind of like practice. Oh no, we gotta practice.
The groups are meeting for 5 minutes at recess and just practicing.
They wanted to make sure that they had their routines down, that everybody knew what they were doing, everyone knew their parts.
Our new student came. She was very nervous. She wanted if she could be part of the show.
People had to help her since she didn't know the step.
And our step show is about 2 weeks away, 2.5 weeks away.
And she learned it fast.
They were such great teachers that she was able to learn so quickly. And today she went up like for the second time this week, and she blends right in as if she started in September with us.
Kendra learned it in 2 days, so I couldn't help her.
You know, this just speaks to the camaraderie that is really baked into the step culture. You know, you all are a family, a step family. They are taking on those traits of a step team.
Should we all do a step together? This one?
At first, that was the hardest step I could not get
Wait,
down.
this one?
Yeah, that was like, I could not get it down. I'd get something wrong. But now, now I've mastered it, and now that's why I like it.
My group, which started out, oh my god.
All of our class,
Yeah.
in the beginning, okay, so I'm a step captain, and nobody really wanted to practice in the beginning.
Yeah.
And in the we're like, the beginning here, and where we are right now is here. But now, we're like really good.
Yeah.
It is a way people could communicate, and during segregation, stepping was a way to make people feel welcome.
It started as gumboot and it's spread out for generations to learn about.
Enjoy the show.
All right, how did you like that? All right, well, needless to say, I'm very proud of the Seth Boyden students and staff members who participated in this residency, and I can't wait for next year's program. Thank you for having us.
Awesome. Thank you so much. So our first order of business is the June board recognitions, and I will hand it off to Student Rep Prevleon for her last student representative update.
Good evening, everyone. To start off the student report, I'm proud to announce that Noah and I are officially Columbia High School alumni. Yesterday's graduation. Yesterday's graduation went extremely well, so congratulations to the class of 2023. We did it. For this month's board recognitions, we would like to congratulate Z. Hunt, Caddy Mark, and June Worrell, who were chosen to have the artwork displayed at the SOPAC's Inspired Minds exhibition this year. Almost 1,000 items were submitted by students, and the committee chose 73 to be included in the exhibition. SOPAC seeks to showcase the many artistic voices of high school students through this process. Ferris Azamaja's photos was accepted in the visual exhibition of We, the Place, Our Home, Our Environment, Our World. This national competition held by the Bachelor of Art Photography Video program at the School of Visual Arts. Congratulations to the Columbia High School Visual Arts students who were selected to compete in this year's State's Teen Festival. The Columbia High School Teen Arts Festival is a statewide arts event held to dedicate to motivating young artists, educators, professional artists, and art advocates from across the state. The festival celebrates the accomplishment of New Jersey teen artists by displaying their art exhibits efforts in the performing artistic arts. Congratulations to Arushi Vadlamani, who is one of 12 vocalists who was selected in New Jersey Art Ensemble Education Honors All-State Jazz Choir. This is a highly exclusive ensemble that requires a candidate to apply through the school and approval from a teacher. Columbia High School softball team enjoyed their last and best season ever. The program finished with a 21-10 record, the most in the program's history for the first time since 1983. The team progressed to the semifinals of the Essex County Tournament and won sectionals title for the first time since 1977. Congratulations to our student athletes and head coach Cliff Smith. Congratulations to junior Madison Stevens for placing first overall on June 10th, Group 4, and silver medal in the Meet of Champions for the Shot Put Championships. For more of the board recognitions, please check out the board website. Since there's no student report, I would like to take the time to thank every single board member in this room, faculty, staff, students, and teachers for their support for these past 2 years. It means a lot to both Noah and I. I'm grateful for the chance to advocate for changes such as STD/STI testing, more Black faculty and teachers, more mental health resources, ensuring the voice of minorities and marginalized groups are heard more often. More ways for Black students to learn about historically Black colleges and universities, and more. I can't wait to pass the baton to the next student representatives. That's all for this month's student report. Thank you so much.
And on behalf of the board, we would like to thank Student Rep. Prevlian and Student Rep. Morose for their dedication and service to representing the needs of SOMSD students over the past 2 years. And I wanted to provide a recap of the incredible advocacy work that Vanessa and Noah have accomplished on behalf of these students. So let's start with their commitment to the student representative role. Vanessa and Noah prioritized monthly meetings with the superintendent and district administrators to lift student concerns or to discuss student achievements. The board always appreciated that the information reported out during board meetings were substantiated by one-on-one meetings that you had had with the district, data that you had gathered, one-on-one student conversations, and the list goes on. They put a significant amount of time and work into making sure that the board was informed on the needs of our students. And as the conduit to student voices, their report outs usually resulted in board follow-up and impacted our board voting decisions. Vanessa and Noah's advocacy efforts led to security improvements within CHS. Particularly, we implemented the key car system at the high school in 2022-23. In 2022, student concerns expressed by student board reps about Gaggle software, which monitors student communications on district accounts, was a contributing factor to the district's decision to reconsider the implementation of Gaggle. In 2022, Vanessa and Noah worked with the CHS guidance director to expand counseling sessions for students and to strategize ways to better publicize the mental health resources available to CHS students, including social media outreach. In 2022, after concerns were raised about high stress levels surrounding midterm exams. In the midst of them about to take midterm exams, Noah and Vanessa conducted a survey of approximately 1,500 students to collect data about sentiments they had been hearing around midterms. They created a board presentation with an analysis of the survey results, and they presented it to all of us, which ultimately led to the district's decision to decrease the weighting of the 2022 midterms. Noah and Vanessa were also vocal in encouraging Somaya Union and SOMSD to come to a negotiations agreement as students were feeling the impact of reduced supports and services during that time. And our student representatives also visited our middle schools and met with middle school students to educate themselves on the issues middle school students were facing. As a result, Noah and Vanessa had advocated for better access to gender-neutral bathrooms at MMS, just as an example. This is just a small snapshot because this is actually entirely different than what you even shared of the profound impact that you and Noah have made on this district. And we can't thank you enough for your service. And we will greatly miss you here, especially coming to your special dance shows. So please know that as you move on to your next chapter in life, that we are all here to support you and that we're cheering you on from the sidelines. We're very proud of you, and we're going to miss you a lot. So thank you so much. We got you some flowers. So now I'd like to make a motion to approve the prior board meeting minutes from the executive session and organizational staff renewal special meeting minutes on May 11th, 2023, and from the executive session and regular meeting minutes on May 25th, 2023. Do I have a second? Second. Thank you, Board Member Malaspina. All in favor, please raise your hand. Great. The meeting minutes have been approved. So at this point, I'll turn it over to Dr. Taylor for the superintendent update.
Thank you very much. And again, congratulations to Vanessa. I know you're going to do fantastic things and take your leadership skills far and away and make us super proud. So thank you. Hello to SOMSD community. Thank you for taking the time to share your evening with us. As we approach the end of our school year, this is always a special time for students, families, and educators. Last evening, our cabinet, board members, and I had the pleasure of attending Columbia High School's graduation. It was a phenomenal event, overflowing with happiness and joy. I want to once again congratulate and recognize the class of 2023 and all who contributed to their success. I want to also reiterate for the public the latest information regarding our intentional integration initiative. We have placed our rising kindergartners and sixth graders, meaning next year, those grade levels that have been placed via our algorithm will be kindergarten, first grade, second grade, sixth, and seventh, estimated to be well over 2,500 students placed in a manner that closely resembles the diversity of our community. As you are aware, our Board of School Estimate has approved funding to shift our mileage requirement for district transportation to 1.25 miles. Mr. Burnside will be sharing more in his update about where we are with that implementation. Lastly, I am aware that there are families and staff members who may be upset by the teacher transfers that are on this evening's agenda. Please know that I am legally prevented from speaking about staff specifically. They do have rights to confidentiality. However, I can share that during our budget cycle this year, we did share publicly one exciting shift for next year was the expansion of our Chinese World Language program, which has significant growth in our middle school offerings, meaning requests from students and families. Those requests had grown so popular that our middle school principals both requested additional sections be reclassified from Spanish to Chinese to satisfy the student and family who were seeking out this course. We were, of course, pleased to receive this update. For those who are not aware, Chinese launched at the high school about 5 years ago and the middle school 2.5 years ago. There were obvious personnel and budget challenges with any time that we have to consider adding positions. Our HR department worked with our cabinet to review ways that we could avoid cutting Spanish teachers to fulfill this request. We also had discussions with SOMEA to again try and avoid simply dismissing the Spanish teachers with the lowest tenure in our district. We are very pleased to find out that through our detailed search, we had multiple Spanish teachers who had multiple certifications. They could legally teach other courses other than Spanish in the state of New Jersey. We identified 2 vacancies whose required certifications matched those of 2 educators. This allowed us to expand our Chinese program while keeping our Spanish program intact and preventing us from having to reduce and force any staff members. This process is called right-sizing, and is part of our work in trying to maintain the efficiency of our annual budgets. We again try to avoid moving staff members unless it's absolutely necessary. We want our staff and our students and our families happy, of course. Please know that our C&I department and our principals are working together to support our new teachers who are shifting during their transition. I want to be very clear in explaining our circumstances this evening, where if the board does not support or vote for this transition, it would mean, unfortunately, that teachers would have to lose their position with us, and none of us want that to happen. So I thank you for the moment to share this detailed report, but I think it's important that we all leave with the same information.
Thank you, Dr. Taylor. Are there any questions from board members on Dr. Taylor's report out? Seeing none, we will now move on to the business administrator update. Mr. Burnside.
Thank you. This evening, I'm going to start off with our construction update. For the Seth Boyden and Tuscan schools, we are proud to say we're doing the final punch list work on the 2 schools. And Delia Bolden, the contractor, is getting ready to complete a few punch list items and also apply for the final certificate of occupancy. So that's exciting. At Clinton, Phase 2, the HVAC contractor is continuing to pipe classrooms at new Area B. The masonry contractor completed work on exterior pier at the new switchgear and installed the date stone. The contractor is continuing to work on unit ventilator piping at the classrooms, and the contractor is continuing to work on the curtain wall at the courtyard area. They did receive delivery and continued installation of casework in the classrooms. The roofing contractor completed a metal seam roof installation. There's the continued installation of classroom window glass, and also the roofing contractor completed work on the canopy roof. And next up, they're going to begin tile work in the bathrooms. At the South Mountain Elementary, the boiler demolition is complete. They completed the flooring and base in connecting the corridors. The switchgear is scheduled to ship on June 26th, so that's still on schedule. And once the school, general contractor will begin all demo work in the existing building. At the annex, the form and pour of the sidewalks is complete. The paving in the rear lot and entrance will be within the next couple of weeks. They're continuing to rebuild the boiler room, mechanical and electrical, and grading topsoil will be hydroseeding shortly. And once school is over, the general contractor will begin demo in the existing building. At the Underhill Sports Complex, the contractor is getting ready to submit the final paperwork. At Marshall and Montrose, they're continuing with the footing foundation wall placement. It's about 75% complete. They're going to begin the foundation wall installation and begin underground plumbing within the next 2 weeks. We got the permits for the South Orange Building Department. We're going to continue with the submittal review process. And O'Hara, that's our asbestos abatement contractor, they're preparing for the summer asbestos renovation work now. Columbia High School, we're planning for this, the planning for the summer abatement is underway. We're filing the permit paperwork with the state right now. And now I go to the middle schools. This evening, there is a resolution to reject all bids for the 2 middle school construction projects. The district received 6 bids ranging from approximately $34.7 million to $38.7 million. This is approximately $12 million over budget. At our last FFT committee meeting, we consulted with the architect of record, Spiesel Architects, and Epic Construction Management to determine our next steps. They gave the following recommendations. These recommendations are based on the priority of needs, which include many criteria. These recommendations will be implemented while a solution is researched. Using the funds available, both schools will proceed with electrical upgrades because the lead time from PSE&G can range from 12 to 14 months for the switchgear and also required equipment. The boiler at the Maplewood Middle School needs to be replaced. Also, renovations to a classroom in Maplewood Middle School that will need asbestos abatement will be scheduled. In the meantime, our architect and construction advisors are working to provide estimates that will allow us to bid shortly for the recommendations just named. Any questions?
Board Member Duval-Wilson?
I just want to make sure, did you mention G19 for middle school?
That's the classroom.
Okay, I just want to make sure you had
For
mentioned
security
that.
purposes, I don't want to.
Sorry, why do I always end up breaching security? Okay, well, it's actually, that classroom is actually mentioned on the long-range facility plan website, so. Yeah. Any other questions for Mr. Burnside?
I'm moving on to transportation then.
Okay.
I'm not done.
You're not done yet.
No. On June 14th, Sussex County Co-op had a bid opening for the majority of the additional routes needed to implement the district's expansion of pre-K and elementary transportation to 1.25 miles. These bids are currently being reviewed by Sussex County Co-op and then will be analyzed by our interim transportation coordinator, Jerry Ford. Mr. Ford is a retired transportation coordinator who comes to us with many years of experience. We're lucky and excited to have him join our team. We're also excited to announce the transportation request form will be available by the end of tomorrow, Friday, June 23rd, on our website. There will be instructions on the transportation portion of our website so families can access the form.
Just one addition to Mr. Burnside's update, that the form is now moving into Power School, which we hope will make it more accessible to our families and easier to fill out instead of having to print out, submit, all those types of things. So we're excited about that. Madam President.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Please.
I thought you meant for transportation. Okay, now let me give an update on the audit. On January 19th of this year, the district received notification that we were selected for collaborative federal monitoring. The remote monitoring began on June 12th. The monitoring has consisted of interviews with department staff covering federal programs, related program components, desired results, and financial management. The programs under review consist of Titles 1, 2, 3, and 4, IDEA Basic and Preschool, ESSER 2, American Rescue Plan, the Perkins Grant, and Special Education. At the conclusion of the audit, an exit conference will be held. The New Jersey Department of Education will inform the district of any findings or recommendations or provide technical assistance on fiscal program or program issues. According to the director of our audit, the NJDOE performs an annual risk assessment of all LEAs that receive federal awards for the purpose of identifying the tiers of technical assistance needed by the LEAs.
Any questions? Yes. Board Member Malaspina.
Hi. Why were we not informed about the fact that this audit was occurring until now, when it was January that this was brought to the board's attention?
So I think you just stated it was brought to the board's attention, right? And so
I'm not sorry, brought to your attention, not board's attention.
Okay, so both Mr. Burnside and myself have mentioned the audit that was happening in multiple spaces, I believe, including this space and our committee meetings. It's a part of our day-to-day operations, as Mr. Burnside shared, and as I shared in your recent Friday packet. These are things that we deal with all the time as administration. I've had a similar audit occur when I was soup in another district And again, it's just day-to-day operations, things that we handle as administration. When the board president brought to my attention that more information was wanted, we placed it in your Friday packet and offered the update that we just gave.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Oh, go ahead, Dr. Taylor.
Good. I have a surprise for the board and the public. Mr. Bonds, you can cue the surprise for everyone. It's the result of work of our PTAs and our teachers and our students, and I think it's going to make everyone feel fantastic to end the school year.
Our journey as a district has had many recent highlights worth celebrating. During COVID, we rallied as a community to transition from in-person learning to remote learning and had to learn new ways to operate to better serve our students and staff. We invested in technology for our students, spending $2 million on new Chromebooks and infrastructure updates for connectivity, with 8,000 devices distributed since 2019. Coming back from COVID and returning to in-person learning, we continue to move forward. We implement and expand the school buildings in our district for our students and staff. We are proud to share that we have completed multiple projects, with phase 1 of construction at the Columbia High School beginning in 2023. In curriculum and instruction, with a focus on excellence and equity, there has been a significant increase in the placement of historically underrepresented students in our most rigorous courses, with AP enrollment up nearly 300 students and more than 550 curricula being updated since 2019. Our student athletics. Together, we created a unified graphic identity with the district logo featuring an updated design of the Columbia High School bell tower, the pinnacle of the academic journey in our school district. Behind it, a bright horizon represents the future impact each student will have on the world. And its circular shape is inspired by Columbia High School's seal. We are a district of 2 towns, unified in our diversity. Together with our building administrators, school staff, student voices, and PTAs, each school developed its graphic identity with a logo that features beloved mascots and colors, with individual mottos serving as expressions of each school's collective voice. And diverse. Marshall Elementary School. If it is to be, it's up to me. Seth Boyden Elementary School. Discover, learn, grow. South Mountain Elementary School, where the stars come to shine. Tuscan Elementary School. Respect others, act responsibly. Maplewood Middle School. Imagine, believe, achieve. South Orange Middle School, Psalm Strong. And Columbia High School, the home of the Cougars. Together, we are one district and one community, growing and learning together. towards academic excellence. SOMSD. And together, we are moving forward.
The work of many people over many months collaboratively. So this will go out to all of our families tomorrow.
That's awesome. Thank you so much. That's really cool. Honestly, I was like, you should think about doing audiobooks. I was like, I could listen to you talk. I was like, this sounds good.
I did not want to read that, trust me.
I was like, you're really good. Thank you so much. That's really exciting. That's a great surprise. So any questions for Mr. Burnside, or we're good? Or Dr. Taylor? All right, awesome. So we'll go to the board president update, and then we'll move on to public speaks. So I wanted to commend the 2023 Board of Education this evening on two policies that are up for first and second read tonight. Policy 8600, our newly revised transportation policy, and policy 8600.1, our brand new hazardous routes policy, both of which have been a labor of love from the board. Policy 8600, transportation, is up for second read tonight. So as Dr. Taylor shared, with the approval of this policy, the board will be formally adopting a transportation policy for all pre-K through fifth grade elementary students who reside 1.25 miles or more from their school placement. The board, district, and community are in agreement that transportation is the backbone of the intentional integration initiative, and that transportation is critical to its success. The board would like to thank the Board of School Estimate for approving financial resources to fund this vital resource. We appreciate and value your partnership. And just a friendly reminder to the community that each student who is eligible for transportation must apply every year. So just because you applied last year doesn't mean you'd get it this year. You do have to go through the formal application process, and that will be up on Power School, as they noted, very soon. In 2021, a decision was made by the board and the district to remove courtesy transportation with the promise of conducting a hazardous route audit. After 2 years, this important work had not been done. I'm proud of the 2023 board because one of the first actions taken by this board was to prioritize a comprehensive hazardous route audit to ensure the safety of our students getting to and from school. Policy 8600.1, which is up for first read, has been a 5-month process that has involved an outsourced engineering firm, both police departments, our local municipalities, the district, and the board. With the passing of this policy, we can make good on the board's promise to make sure that students are getting to and from school safely. And I'd be remiss if I didn't acknowledge the hard work of our FFT chair and second VP, Ms. Duvall-Wilson. We joke that Nubia can add analyzing hazardous routes to her resume now. And all joking aside, Nubia made sure that all key stakeholders, the engineer, police departments, traffic bureaus, district, municipalities, that everybody was communicating with one another and that deadlines were being met. She cross-checked the hazardous route report multiple times and made sure that the policy that you're all reviewing today is comprehensive and complete. And on any given day, if you called her, she probably had Google Maps open when it's telling you this intersection or that intersection. But we just want to thank you, Nubia, for all of your hard work. We appreciate you. Please note the most recent hazardous route and corridor audit reports will be prominently posted on the district's website very soon. And lastly, but equally as important, the board received a draft of the SOMSD equity audit last week as part of the ongoing work to comply with the BPW settlement. The district and the board are reviewing thoroughly, and we do expect a public presentation sometime this summer after both parties have been able to review and offer feedback. And that concludes the board president's update this evening. So please bear with me as I read the board president's statement for the record. The school board meeting is a business meeting in public and not a meeting with the public. Oftentimes, it may appear to members of our audience that the Board of Education takes action with very little comment and in many cases a unanimous vote. Before a matter is placed on the agenda at a public meeting, the administration has thoroughly reviewed the matter with the superintendent. If the superintendent is satisfied that the matter is ready to be presented to the Board of Education, it is then referred to the appropriate board committee. The members of the board committee work with administration and the superintendent to assure that the members fully understand the matter. After the committee discusses the matter, it is then shared with the other board members for consideration. Only then is it placed on the agenda for board discussion and action at a public meeting. We will now begin our first hearing of individuals and delegates this evening. Thank you for coming in person and dialing in by phone. The South Orange Maplewood Board of Education certainly respects that you've taken the time out of your busy day to address the board at tonight's meeting. We value public involvement in our school district, and we are eager to hear what you have to say. The board has time limits by policy, and it will be enforcing those to enable as many people to speak as possible this evening. Each individual will be given 3 minutes to speak, so please do your best to stay within the time afforded to you. The first public comment period is usually limited to 1 hour, and the second public comment period may be limited to 30 minutes. All input shared with the Board of Education is taken very seriously and will inform future deliberations and work by the Board of Education and its committees. We request that you please say your name and town of residence for the record. So we will start with Stephen Carberry.
Is it on? No? Hi, my name is Stephen Carberry. I live in Pompton Plains, New Jersey. I'm a teacher in the district. I'm known to students, parents, and colleagues as Senior Carberry. I want to speak to you tonight about my being reassigned to a new position. I've been an elementary Spanish teacher in this district for 23 years. I was hired when the elementary school Spanish program in the district first began. I have helped develop, promote, and protect this program for 23 years. Now, with 1 year left before I retire, I'm being taken away from the program I love to become a brand new second grade teacher, a job that I have no experience in, and a job that takes many years to learn. Everyone is asking me, why are they doing this? I try to explain my situation to those I work with at Tuscan, Seth Boyden, and Clinton, but my explanations only leave question marks. Why are they sending a teacher from the middle school to replace you? Why would they make you a second grade teacher? Did you ask for this reassignment? What is going on at the middle school? I don't fully understand the reasoning behind the decision to reassign me, but it appears I am being moved due to a rearrangement of positions at the middle schools. I have elementary school certification as well as Spanish certification, which opened up an opportunity to move me to a second grade. My intention back in the 1990s was to have both certifications so that I would be eligible to teach elementary school Spanish. I never thought that having a certification could hurt me in this way. After all I've done for the schools and communities I work for, I never imagined that the district would put me in this situation. It pains me to have to come here and speak out against my department and the district administrators who made this decision. The South Orange Maplewood School District has always felt like family to me, but what is being done with this reassignment is wrong. It does not benefit our students, and it is hurtful to me. It is just a convenience to accommodate the needs of one school over another. It may not be convenient to keep myself and my colleague at our positions as the elementary school Spanish teachers, but I beg you find a way. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephen. Next up, we have Allison Bechtel.
Hello, my name is Allison Beckedall, and I'm a resident of Maplewood, teacher in the district. Just following up with Stephen, my colleague, I am the other elementary Spanish school teacher, have not been in the district as long. It's been about 14 years. But I pretty much know that Stephen and I are pretty well respected and loved by the communities we serve. Like Stephen, I have a certificate that fulfills the general ed requirements for K-8, as well as the specialization certificate for Spanish. Like Stephen, I never thought that that would be something that would be harmful to me. It was just kind of the way they did it in the 80s and the 90s, and here we are in this kind of a situation. I can't imagine that towards the end of my career, I'm being taken away from the program that I love and work hard to make exciting and engaging for my students. to become a second grade teacher, a position that I have never held and that has a huge learning curve. I'm asked the same questions that Stephen's been asked. Why? Why? And we understand that the intentions were not necessarily nefarious. We're not claiming that. We understand, and of course, we applaud the intentions of keeping the staff on board. But we feel like perhaps there was a better way to deal with the situation, i.e. being a part of the discussion and part of the situation. Stephen nor I were informed that there was this kind of a situation, never knew anything about it until the day we received the letter stating that our reassignments. That just doesn't seem right. We are all adults and we figure there's got to be a way to maintain our program, the strength of our program, and to go forward with the staff at hand. After having lived in Spain for nearly 20 years is why I got my Spanish certification, so that I could combine my certification with the love of the language that I have, and I feel like we've done that. I feel like now we're in a position we're being used as pawns to resolve issues at other buildings or to resolve the issues that exist with staffing. It doesn't seem right for Stephen and I, and it certainly doesn't feel right for our parents, for our students, the program we'll be leaving behind that we've spent so many years developing, and for the new students that we'll be facing in the fall, of which we have no experience. It doesn't seem like this is an assignment that is in the best interest of our students. It is not fair to them. It is not fair to us. It's undoubtedly going to harm the Spanish elementary program, and it's going to be a challenge for all of those. I don't have a doubt that the staff at the schools where we were reassigned to will be there to support us. That's just what teachers do. We help each other out. We've got each other's backs. I get that. I'm a big girl. I can learn new things. I can do new things. I love all my students that I've ever dealt with. Having zero experience doesn't seem necessarily as unfair to me as it does to those little second grade faces that I imagine in my head sitting in front of me. I too believe, like Stephen does, that there's a better way to resolve the issues. Thank you.
Thank you, Allison. Next up, we have Ronnie Schwartz.
Good evening. My name is Ronnie Schwartz and I live in Maplewood. I'm here to speak tonight about your upcoming decision of whether or not to enter negotiations with Dr. Taylor for a new contract. My two daughters are rising 7th and 11th graders, and I have been a parent and PTA leader in this district for over 10 years. I served on the parent committee for the Intentional Integration Initiative, attended countless meetings about the long-range facilities plan before it was adopted, and Dr. Taylor is absolutely the most effective superintendent we've had in the past 11 years. Dr. Taylor has faced the challenge of implementing the integration plan and the unthinkable difficulties of the pandemic. Although the community was divided in our opinions about what a safe return to school entailed, Dr. Taylor saw us through that incredibly fraught time. Now the integration plan is going well, the community is adjusting to the changes, and we are finally on the road to properly integrating our schools. Dr. Taylor has built a strong and diverse leadership team. In my current role as co-president of the President's Council, we are finally seeing more consistency across our schools, something we've been striving for as long as I've been around. And there is so much more work to be done. We need to improve our special services for children with 504s and IEPs. We must break through the achievement gap. We must find a way to salvage the rest of the LRFP with improvements that are desperately needed at MMS, SOMS, and CHS. Repairing the high school and middle school buildings must be a focus, and an equitable distribution of tax resources across all grades and ages is critical. We need to responsibly deal with the changes to the transportation plan, since our taxes will once again be raised to support this effort. Finally, if you choose not to enter negotiations to renew Dr. Taylor's contract, you will put the district's future at risk. You will risk the completion of the integration plan and the LRFP, and you will destabilize this district. You will cost us money we don't have. So I urge you to do the right thing and begin working on negotiating a new contract with Dr. Taylor at the right time. Thank you.
Thank you, Ronnie. Next up, we have Andy Grossman.
Hi, good evening. I timed it just right. I heard wonderful things about the rep. Saw the step dancing, and I just heard this woman talk about Dr. Taylor, how wonderful he is. I was completely disgusted when he got re-upped last time because I had attempted to communicate with him, and he absolutely shut me out for over a year. So I think that he should be gone tomorrow. I came here tonight to ask the board, I've never been to a meeting before, but I came here to ask the board if they might meet with me sometime in the future. Perhaps if there's downtime in the summer, there's probably no downtime, but if there is, I'd like to share with them my experiences trying to deal with Dr. Taylor's immediate subordinates, and when they proved ineffective or worse, really, really nasty, I attempted to speak to him and, again, shut me out. For over a year and a half, I did not get one response from him. Not one. I tried emailing, calling, leaving messages through colleagues, none. One of my issues, I have about 5, but one of my issues, he finally, after a year and a half, gave me some very, very unresponsive responses, and that was it. So I talked to the prior chair, Joshua, with my wife about one of the issues about 2 years ago, or I think. And then this past September, after follow-up with Mr. Joshua in emails and at least one other member of the board, we had one last Zoom meeting, and that was in December, right before his term ended. And we had cordial discussions, he and I, but in the end, absolutely no assistance in dealing with what was a really ugly, ugly situation. I've never, ever been in the same room with Dr. Taylor. I've never spoken a word with him on the phone or elsewhere, but the way he treated me was really vile. And I had no idea coming here tonight that his term was up. But again, I almost threw up in my mouth when during this whole hiatus, this whole issue with me, he got re-upped. So if he's up for something again, I would like to share with you my experiences dealing with him. Yes, during the pandemic, when my kids needed assistance, and he was 100% unresponsive. So I don't know how it works, but that's my request to the board. If you could meet with me in full or in part, I'd greatly appreciate it.
Thank you, Andy. Thank you.
Do I need to just leave contact information or?
Your email is right here. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay. Next up, we have James Davis.
James Davis, South Orange. I'm back to talk about the BPW settlement, which you mentioned, the Fergus report that you received that I talked about the last time I was here. I'm here tonight to set the record straight. We have provided some of our supporters with a draft of the Fergus report. We did that because the Fergus report is not a confidential document, nor is it private. But I want to set the record straight because ever since we did that, I've received several messages from people that were upset about receiving the document, who were misinformed about the actual legalities around that particular document. So here's my attempt to set the record straight. 2 years ago, Dr. Fergus began his first foray into completing the report. However, he was not able to do so because he did not receive all the information from the elementary schools and the high schools that he was requesting. And so he provided the district with a report that was incomplete. That incomplete report was never accepted by Black Parents Workshop. However, we could have gone to court, but we did not. We encouraged the school district to just bring Dr. Fergus back. That did not happen. So then there were some conversations with the monitor about the completeness of Dr. Fergus's report. This is April 2022. A decision had to be made by the school district. Do we go to court and argue that the document is actually complete when it wasn't? Or do we bring Dr. Fergus back to complete the work? As you know, because you all paid for it, Dr. Fergus came back last August or September of 2022. What you have now is a culmination of 2 years of waiting for Dr. Fergus's report. And as I said last time I was here, we're tired of waiting. Who's the cause for that? I don't know. Who's responsible? I don't know. Who's in charge? Dr. Taylor's in charge. Maybe he knows. But we're tired of waiting. I've got 30 seconds left, and I don't want to end on a bad note. Such a good night with the graduations and the step dancing. So I will say this. In the past year, I have worked with 2 people who've shown some promise in trying to fulfill the obligations of the settlement. Mr. Editorian has reached out to me to meet regarding the document, and as I kept tabs on Dr. Fergus's attempt to complete his report the second time, I heard good things about the help from Dr. Gilbert in collecting the information. So I want to give those 2 gentlemen credit for actually trying to get this document finished. Because that's all we're trying to do, is get the document done and get it implemented so that the Black students of this district can be helped. I don't benefit financially, I don't benefit personally, but the Black students of this district do. So let's help them. Thank you.
Thank you, James. Next up, we have Rocio Lopez.
Okay. Hello? Okay. Rocio Lopez, Maple. I don't even know where I live anymore. I'm tired. Yesterday we had graduation. I wasn't going to talk today, but Somea was brought up into this meeting by something that Dr. Taylor said about the elementary teachers being reassigned. So there are some things I cannot talk that are confidential, but I can tell you that it was, in one way, it's a catch-22. You call us to a meeting and you say, 2 people loses their jobs or we transfer 2 people. So we represent everyone. What are we supposed to say? So we didn't say yes or no. Don't get me wrong. We didn't decide this. What we did is we looked into the legality of the decision. What we did is telling people maybe they should talk to the teachers to see if because if I remember right, there were 4 teachers that had elementary certifications, right, to be elementary teachers. We say, why don't, they talk to the teachers and see if any one of them, is willing to do it, and I don't want to talk about the whole discussion because, I want to be respectful to the person I talk, but I don't want to be used like Somea is part of it. Somea wasn't part of it, and I'm going to tell you why. First of all, it's not our prerogative to make that decision. Secondly, I cannot decide between 2 people being moved to another job or 2 people losing their jobs. Third is my department, so I'm not even going to get close to involved when it's my colleagues that I know for 20 years. So, and I want to say that because there is something, though, that it says the contract, and it's very clear in our contract, is that the teachers will always be talked about these changes before they happen. And these 2 people didn't know about their changes until they got the letter. So telling them that there might be changes is not telling you, I'm going to move you to another building. And I'm not trying to defend one thing or the other, because again, my hands are tied. All the people are Somea members. I cannot ask for 2 people to lose jobs. I cannot ask for 2 people to be transferred. But now as a Spanish teacher, I can tell you that I will not have decided to move both of the elementary teachers and not leave a mentor in elementary for a new person to come in. The same way I could tell you, and this is me as a person, that if I were going to do this, I would speak with all the teachers that have the certification and see, is there any positions that you can, that we can put you in, right? I'm sorry, I forgot the word, and see if there is another solution. One of the teachers is willing to teach math in middle school because she has taught it in the past, but she only needs to take the practice. The other one might be willing to teach ELL in elementary, and he only needs to teach the practice because he also had taught English in the past in Patterson. So these conversations with these two teachers, if we wouldn't know what they were willing to do, maybe we could have find solutions, but I will not have changed two people in elementary, the only two teachers that teach elementary Spanish and destroyed a program. That I would not have done. I would have left at least one as a mentor. So Mayor knew some things, but so Mayor cannot get involved in decisions that are legal, and it's the prerogative of the district. So I just wanted to say that. Thank you.
Thank you, Rocio. Up next, we have Alex Rosenblatt.
Hello, my name is Alex Rosenblatt. I live in South Orange. I'm the parent of a kindergartner in Clinton Elementary School. She's had a wonderful year with an amazing teacher. The only thing is that we live 3 doors down from Marshall Elementary School. Every morning, we have to go and take our daughter over driving. We have 2 small kids. My wife and I both work, so we've had to hire extra help at our expense to make sure that someone is at home with the 2 younger kids. And as we're coming back, due to the time disparity, the streets are clogged, people park in our driveway, and this is an impossible situation that repeats also in the afternoon. In addition to that, we're not really members of either community at the moment. Parents get together and walk their kids to school. We see them outside of our window. The same thing happens on the Clinton side. We drive in and hopefully make it on time to drop our kid off. This is not just our burden to bear because of the algorithm that we did find out caused a lot of errors with, for instance, siblings being placed in different schools. There are a mirror set of parents we have found on the Clinton side who, from a socioeconomic and demographic status, seem to have the same traits that we do, who are also almost next to Clinton and driving over to Marshall. They're probably the people that are causing all the traffic and log jams on our street and around our neighborhood. From what we can tell, we are the only people in our neighborhood that were not assigned to Marshall. So in terms of play dates and getting to know the community, the Clinton students that my daughter is with, they all basically live next to each other, and we don't really know anybody, so there's a lot of trouble with breaking into either community. The schools, from what we can tell, are basically equivalent. In fact, our teacher taught at Marshall before, and it seems that if there were an intelligent transfer process put into place that took a look at the socioeconomic demographic traits of students that were in these demographic situations, aside from just a blind algorithm that seems to not have had any common sense at all, that it would be possible for the school and the integration initiative to keep its statistics that everyone has said were the goals of the program, while at the same time alleviating the logistical and social concerns that the willy-nilly placement of some students have caused. Thank you.
Thank you, Alex. Our last in-person speaks is from Jeffrey Bennett.
Hi, I'm also here to speak about the importance of a transfer process. First, thank you very much to the Board of Ed and the administration for approving transportation for kids who are as little as 1.25 miles from their schools. I hope we can reach 1 mile in the future because there are still a lot of kids who can't walk at 1.25 miles, and I hope we can also work to have some kind of busing for middle schoolers too in the future. Since frankly our transportation system is the least efficient in Essex County, I believe we can accommodate even more students at no additional expense. But I think we're still a long way from the point where we have an integration plan that works for everyone. And I think that something that would enable that is a transfer process. First, like all the other districts I've looked at that have integration plans have transfer processes. Sometimes they have parallel processes, a waitlist transfer process for people who don't maintain hardship, who don't claim hardship, and then a hardship transfer process for people who are really acutely struggling. The way we assign kids to the elementary schools is random. what we have here is a lottery. We call it an algorithm, but it's really a lottery. We don't ask parents what their capacity is to send their kids to distant schools. When we have busing, we're really going to reduce the number of kids in hardship, which is great. But we're not going to eliminate it because not every family can use a bus, either one way or both ways. I feel that there's this opposition to a transfer process because it would let the whole system unravel. Like it would be 1,000 cuts to the integration plan. But I don't think that. I think most people really do want an integration plan, including me. I don't see support for the integration plan as fragile. There's this fear that everyone's going to demand a transfer, and maybe high SES families will abuse it. But it doesn't happen in other districts. They still do have their racial and socioeconomic balance. And once we have busing, the only people who are going to want transfers are people who are really struggling, or for some reason, their assigned school is just really bad for them. If a family has already started a school and they're asking a transfer, after their child has made friends, after they've made acquaintances with other parents, they're only doing so because the situation is very difficult for them. So I think there's a self-selecting aspect to this, what would happen if we had a transfer policy. I saw that the policy committee last month talked about transfers, which is very good, but for some reason it was conceptualized as something where gen ed kids would take seats that were originally assigned and reserved for special ed seats. I don't understand why it's conceived that way when we could have a waitlist transfer process, which I know Montclair has. In the last 2 years, we've had 40 to 50 kindergartners sign up but then never enroll. So not all of those kids are assigned to distant schools, but if we allow kids to transfer to replace the 40 to 50 kids who don't enroll, we would substantially enable a lot of transfers to happen and reduce difficulty. Anyway, I just don't think that we should have the attitude. That's about all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jeffrey. We're audio public speaks now. And the first person up is Judith David.
That community member is not online.
The next public speaks is from Michelle Giordano.
That community member is not online.
The next public speaks is from Reina Khanna.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Hi, my name is Reina Khanna. I live in Maplewood. I'm a fifth grader at Delia Bolden, and I have been studying under Senora Gayart for 2 years. This morning, we heard that our favorite teacher was being transferred to a different school, not to teach Spanish, but to teach second grade. We were shocked and outraged when we heard this news. Why, we asked ourselves, why would you transfer a Spanish teacher with no second grade experience to a second grade classroom? Senora Gayart has been teaching Spanish for many years now and has an incredibly positive impact on so many students. It's just nonsensical to move her with only a couple years left in her career to a completely different role. Multiple problems could arise in this theoretical environment. For instance, Senora Gayart might not know what to teach half the time. She doesn't know the curriculum and doesn't know what these kids need to learn. You can't force someone into this environment without their consent or proper training. It is completely unfair to Senora Gayart to remove her from the Spanish class that she's been doing an excellent job teaching in. Senora Gayart is a great Spanish teacher who has taught me many valuable things about the language and helped me to learn to speak it over the years. I didn't once ever wish I could have a different Spanish teacher or imagine other students at Delia Bolden having a different Spanish teacher. In conclusion, I think Senora Gayart should not be moved to second grade teaching position because it's completely unfair to put her in a role that she's not going to have any experience in. And equally, it would be unfair to the second graders who might need a little more than a teacher who's just trying to learn the material herself. She is already doing a great job teaching us in Spanish. I hope you would take these words into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Raina. Great job. Joshua Ogle.
That community member is not online.
Ella Axakal.
That community member is not online.
Okay, and just to go back, so Judith, David, Michelle Giordano, none of those. They all went to bed. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. So our last audio public speaks is Shannon Cuddle.
Hi everyone, can you hear me?
Hi, Shannon.
Hi. So, thank you. So quickly, I want to thank everyone that came out for Lavender
Shannon, I'm so
graduation.
sorry to interrupt you. We can't hear you very well.
Okay, hold on. I'm.
It's a bit muffled, unfortunately. Shannon? Okay, we can come back to Shannon because one person just signed up again. We'll bring on Dean Daffis. Can you hear us, Dean?
Now I can. Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you so much. Good evening, friends and neighbors. Congratulations to our class of 2023. We're extremely proud of their resilience and strength and excellence, and we wish them continued success and resilience onward and upward. Our future is very bright. As your municipal partner, I value our open lines of communication and ongoing partnership in serving our parents and students to the best of our collective ability. And as your partner, I'm here this evening to caution the board against terminating Dr. Taylor's contract, encouraging his resignation behind closed doors, or ending negotiations about his renewal. The preceding comments this evening illustrate our progress as a school district despite many decades of inaction, as well as our challenges that remain. It's a critical and difficult time to be managing all of this, no doubt. Starting a new search for superintendent right now will halt our progress and distract us from the issues that were raised tonight. It will destabilize the community at a time of existing stress and anxiety as we navigate all of the massive changes we are undergoing. So I encourage the board instead to be more sensible and to work with Dr. Taylor. There's some easy wins here. Perhaps Dr. Taylor will be open to meet with the teachers who are affected by some of these decisions and be more transparent and communicative to constituents throughout Maplewood and South Orange about their concerns, as well as our ongoing work to defeat the achievement gap and racial equity in our community. So I say, let's work with Dr. Taylor. Let's not start a new search and destabilize everything. We've gotten so far and we're making a great strides, turning the corner. Thank you.
Thank you, Dean. And we'll try Shannon one more time, Mr. Bonds, if that's okay. Shannon, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
We can hear you much better now.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
We can hear you.
Sorry.
Shannon, we can't hear you now.
Can you hear me now?
Yes,
Can you
sorry,
hear
we
me?
can hear you.
Okay, I'm sorry. I can't see the timer. I don't know what's
It's okay. Just go. It's okay.
I'm sorry. My apologies. I want to be respectful as always.
No worries. Don't worry.
So first, I want to thank all our all our leaders that came to Lavender graduation. That is very important to support our student and Lavender graduates. In attendance, we had Superintendent Dr. Taylor, Principal Sanchez, Spectrum Climate Advisor Beth Johnson, Esselman Steve, Vice President Nubia Deval Wilson, Alyssa Malspina, board members Courtney Winkfield, Arun Valdmali, Dr. Telsford, former SLMOSD President Emery Manny, and Thayer Joshua, former SLMOSD Vice Presidents Aaron Siders, Susan Bergen, and we also had Mayor Dean Daffis, Seth Orange, Village President Sheena Cullum, and Deputy Maplewood Mayor Deborah Engel, and Maplewood TC members Victor Luca and Jermaine Cripe and South Orange trustee Karen Hilton join us. It was a very wonderful event. We celebrated our students in a way that is really needed right now, and I really want to highlight that for our students and our community, and the presence of who came to our event that was really well attended by community members and supported our students. And you saw yesterday at the CHS graduation those that were our Lavender Pride rainbow lanyards as well. I also want to take a moment to say that it's important that we stand up and speak up. I would hope that all of our board members that are here right now on the DS will speak up for LGBTQ plus students. I know that there are many things happening right now in our community and your lives, but we need you to speak out and speak up, even if you're not there. And I also want to speak out and say that during CHS graduation, it's important that as board members that we speak up and speak out and show. And I'm disenfranchised that not all BOE members were at CHS graduation last night. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Shannon. So that concludes our public speaks. So we will move on to committee. Oh, sorry, Dr. Taylor, do you care to respond? I'm sorry.
So you know I'm not supposed to respond. This is what Patrick will always tell me, but and it's great advice. But I always try to respond because I think that we should all leave with the same information. So for those who don't normally attend these meetings, I do take copious notes, and so does our team. And I try to respond on the spot if I'm able to. To our two teachers who came to advocate for themselves, I hope that my explanation in the beginning of this meeting helped you to understand, as our Mayor President said about being between a rock and a hard place. This is 4 budgets straight for me that I don't believe we've had to reduce staff. And we've added staff actually over those years. And so it's important to me that we do all we can do to not do that, if it's at all reasonably possible. And you have our commitment, if you take these placements that are on this agenda, As I stated publicly and also privately, our CNI department and the leaders of the buildings that you would be going to, am I getting too personal here? I'm getting in trouble. Am I okay? Okay. Are dedicated to supporting you, as you noted in your public speaks, that you have no doubt that your fellow staff members would support you. To those who spoke on my behalf, I don't talk about myself because that's not what leaders do, but just know that I appreciate, as anybody would, positive comments about my performance. Thank you. Is Mr. Grossman still here? Okay. I have searched my emails for Mr. Grossman's emails, and I'm happy to share with the board and anybody who files an Oprah request the exchanges that I've had with Mr. Grossman and the responses that I've given to him, as well as the emails that he sent to us that's public information, and I'll share it with the board in your Friday packet. Mr. Davis still here? I think he stepped out. We've been advised by counsel to not speak about settlements in public. There's a mechanism for us to do that. I'm happy to hear that Mr. Adedoyin and Dr. Gilbert have shown the talent and the work ethic that we know that they have and demonstrate every day. When we say that we're tired of waiting, I would just assert that we're not waiting, that we have intentional integration, that we have growth in the placement of underrepresented students in our most rigorous classes, that we have an Office of Access and Equity. We're not waiting for this to do what's right and do what's best for all of our kids. The President Lopez, I wasn't trying to put you in between a rock and a hard place. I was just sharing that we had conversations. As administrators, we take our decisions seriously and personally, meaning that we would never put our decision and the result of it on anyone else. And if what I said sounded like that, I apologize. That was not my intent. I was just sharing the process that we went through. Regarding the discussions of our algorithm and the term willy-nilly was used, I would just invite anyone to go to our microsite that holds everything about our intentional integration efforts, and I can tell you that it is not willy-nilly, and I've been presenting in different spaces for districts that are very interested in it and the work that we've done thus far. We of course acknowledge that this is not neighborhood placements. That's what we inherited, and even when we had neighborhood placements, there were about 20% of kids who were not placed in their neighborhood schools. And so just to say that demographics that are utilized do not include race, and that there are discussions in the board that I've shared with those who send me emails that there is a consideration around a socioeconomic status transfer mechanism for this work, and we'll keep everyone posted if that policy is adjusted and make sure that everyone knows. And it's not just a matter of placing kids in spaces that are on hold for special needs students. That's exactly what we would not do. Those spaces are held for a reason for ELL or special needs students, but for other spaces that may come available, having a socioeconomic status wait list could be a mechanism that is used for those who are looking for a different school. And some of the details in that, as you can imagine, are significant, whether it's the timing of it, right? When does that happen? I know for my first year here, and sorry to be long-winded, I spoke to many angry parents who were on a wait list to get into a school all year long. Number one, right? That happens. We sometimes don't have very transient circumstances. So I would want to be upfront with anyone who is engaging with that, but I've let the board know that I'm open to that consideration and also involving our consultants in helping us to design that. Mr. Bennett, you still here? Hi, good to see you. So one point that I would just highlight in your comments, and thank you as always for coming out, is that the definition of hardship is one that is kind of difficult to establish in this work. Not impossible, but it's a little bit difficult when we claim hardship. What does that mean for everyone, right? And I think that the statements around we know that everyone wants integration for their kids. Some of the research that we shared during those presentations from Harvard and other resources is that everyone supports integration. A high percentage of parents engaged in that research do support integration, but they also are willing to make it less effective because of their personal circumstances. So that's the kind of thing that we have to consider in this work, and that we share, widely and publicly. I know that Rihanna's, is it Rihanna? Rena, thank you, who Rena, hopefully getting ready for school tomorrow. But what an impressive kid that was, right? And what they should, just fantastic. And Shannon, I think everyone had a phenomenal time at Lavender graduation, as we do every year. Thank you. And that concludes my responses, Madam President.
Thank you, Dr. Taylor.
Can I respond to one public comment? Is that?
Yeah, I don't think so.
No?
Yeah.
It was about the attendance, though, of the Lavender, and I was out of town, and I wanted to be on record that I was, I would love to attend that event. I was in California for professional development, and I really apologize that I was not able to attend that event, and I'm sorry that they feel disenfranchised. But I support our trans students, and I hope that next year I'll be able to attend the Lavender graduation.
Thank you. We are now going to transition to committee report outs. So we'll start with Board Member Eckert with personnel, then we'll go to Board Member Duvall Wilson, we'll go to Dr. Telesford, we'll go to Board Member Gifford, and then we'll conclude with VP Malaspina, if we can remember the order.
Good evening. I'm actually really excited. This is 9:30. I'm doing my committee readout. I might actually be able to get through it without fudging anything. The Personnel Committee meeting met on Tuesday, June 13th. Board President Whitletter, Board Member Wright, and I were in attendance. Board Member Wingfield could not make it, and Dr. Taylor left the meeting after an hour to attend the monthly President's Council meeting. So we kicked off the meeting reviewing personnel recommendations. Just a couple of highlights. Our Assistant BA announced her retirement effective 9/1, which is part of the personnel resolution we will be voting on this evening. And the role was recently posted to our job listings page. We had a brief discussion around summer school staffing. The summer programming was expanded during the pandemic. We're now starting to see a bit of a dip in interest. However, we don't have final numbers. The district will provide that once they are ready. As we reviewed out-of-district placement coaches in Resolution 4472, a board member asked for confirmation that coaches have been fully vetted, fingerprinted, and that we are checking references. Mr. Adedoyan confirmed this and also briefly touched on the revised interview process that he has rolled out, more panels, rating sheets, and of course, reference forms. We discussed how internal applications for job vacancies are handled, and Mr. Adedoyan confirmed that every internal applicant gets an interview, but it all comes down to experience and the best fit for the role. There was a related discussion around the Aspiring Administrator Academy. Dr. Gilbert mentioned the Academy may see some changes next year as they look for other ways to support those in the Academy to get more experience to set them up for success in the long run. The district also provided some updates on some of the administrative vacancies: Clinton Principal, South Mountain Assistant Principal, CHS Principal, and the Assistant BA. We then moved on to reviewing policies that will be up for first read at our July meeting. Just of note, I think coming out of the last meeting where we tabled all the policies, we looked at dress and grooming specifically and the use of corporal punishment for teaching staff and support staff. The committee discussed if there's really any reason to update the policy, obviously taking into consideration just our personal beliefs, but also community feedback that was shared. And of course, we are, Mr. Adedoyan is consulting with the district administration to confirm their feedback. So I believe that will be up for first read in the July meeting. Mr. Adedoyan provided an update on some revisions to the exit interview. Content has mostly remained the same, but has changed the format to easier collect and analyze data. Committee members provided feedback to add the school, grade, and race ethnicity. While that information is stored in other places and can be cross-referenced, having this information included in the survey will help streamline the process. I believe that this will be rolling out pretty soon, so hopefully we can start to see more substantiated data to review. We also discussed for the upcoming meeting attrition data, looking at staff that has left the districts in, let's say, the past 5 years. Data points to collect and review include, but not limited to, race, ethnicity, school, number of years in the district, department, tenured versus non-tenured. We discussed the idea of an, I'm still here survey. Why are you here? Why are you staying? Creating focus groups to better understand why employees are here and how we can use that in building up a retention strategy. Mr. Adedoyan will present this to the committee in the July meeting for discussion. If you follow, since my time of becoming chair, I've been talking about the exit interview. We've been talking about this a lot because, I just want to reiterate that the committee is committed to really thinking about teacher retention and how we can build up that strategy. I personally have been really excited to work directly with Mr. Adedoyan in his short time here. Mr. Adedoyan then presented a new marketing opportunity to help with recruitment efforts targeting teachers of color on radio. It's something that we've never done before and will be coming out of our recruitment budget. The committee is really excited to hear about the rollout and results. And our next meeting is scheduled for Tuesday, July 18th, 2023 at 6:30 p.m. Any questions?
Great. Okay. Thank you. Okay. On June 14th, board members Bill, Arun, and Caitlin met with the administration for our FFT meeting. Epic Construction Management were there to discuss the middle school bids, which are over budget, as Mr. Burnside already gave an update earlier. As a result of Epic's presentation update, we asked for a recap of costs from all schools, actuals and budgeted, as well as a breakdown of all construction needs for the middle schools, and what is cut and what those costs were, which we did receive in advance of this meeting. As an aside, Mr. Burnside, I do think that since our recap does talk about all of the itemized lists in the middle school bids, and as part of our district goal, I think that we should put this itemized presentation on the district website, similar to our request for CHS's itemized list to be on the district website, as a way to continue to be transparent with the community. So hopefully we can do that. We also discussed when the Long Range Facility Plan is done, we'll start part 2, looking into ESIP, which is environmental saving grants, to do additional building upgrades and connect with the community to discuss their opinions on concerns and needs in our schools for future projects. We know our schools need a lot more work from a beautification standpoint, and so look forward to working on part 2 when the time comes, and that'll be after the Long Range Facility Plan is done. A community member voiced concerns about low lighting outside of CHS, and Mr. Giglio investigated it and has suggested some changes to the lenses to improve it without making it so bright that it affects the neighbors around the school. Students and community members had voiced concerns about the number of gender-neutral and single-stall bathrooms for staff and students in the schools, and we really appreciate all the hard work that Mr. Giglio has done to work on a count of what is available and putting it in a chart for analysis if there are any gaps or if more needs to be done to support this community. That research has not been completed yet. ESSER funds were discussed, and based on the BA office's analysis, we have approximately $880 left that will expire this September of this year. The C&I department needs to give us feedback on how it can be used. We reviewed first reads of our policies, had no further changes, and the bulk of our policy discussion was on hazardous routes. And we discussed the importance of the district communicating with the parent and caregiver population on the process of the application, going live on PowerSchool. Thank you, Dr. Taylor and Board President Whitler, for already giving an update on that earlier. But again, we discussed this in FFT as well, to make sure that we're reminding parents as early as possible about the 1.25 mile mark and how to apply. And one other additional thing we discussed was that even if you think you're on a hazardous route, you still need to apply for transportation. It's part of the process, as well as waiting for the final bids to come in and confirming the school's shift time of potential 7 minutes for all of the schools. And if that is confirmed, that will come soon from the district. We discussed access to warranties for leased technologies. Thank you, Alyssa, you had brought that up for us to discuss. And warranties are being considered, and it would be a monthly fee from outside insurance company. Last year, the district spent $40,000 on parts, and this year that number has doubled, so it is quite an expense. More will come on that, hopefully in July, for the board's consideration to be rolled out in the fall. We reviewed the FFT goal to review our legal bills and analyze them, and after our federal audit is done, I know Mr. Burnside can't wait for that. Hopefully this month, they can begin the next task of looking and evaluating our bills. We discussed new business, donations, and just how donations work as a community member wants to potentially donate a scoreboard for CHS. And our next meeting will be Wednesday, July 19th.
Board Member Badlamani.
I mean, it's an open question to multiple people, is that, is the bid information that we got, is that public information?
Yes, because when we approve or accept or reject, it's always on a resolution.
So maybe can you just summarize what the high-level numbers are for the middle school bids that came in?
I believe he did in his BA's entry. You could remind folks of what you shared earlier, if you have it, readily available.
Yes. We had 6 bids. They're ranging from approximately $34.7 million to $38.7 million, which was approximately $12 million over our budget.
So I just wanted to, I mean, it's a question and actually more of a comment at this point, is that I just wanted to be clear to everyone that the amount of, we are out of budget for $12 million. I think it's very important for everyone to understand that, is that we had budgeted $22 million for the middle schools, and the lowest bid that's come back is about $34 million. What that basically means is that we do not have enough money to do all the items on the middle school list. And if we want to do that, we will have to appropriate it from somewhere, which is to be determined. That's correct. Thanks.
As I said in my readout, we asked them for an analysis. It's not finalized yet. And that analysis, and thank you, Arun, I think you were one of the ones that actually thought of it first to get a more complete picture of not just the middle schools, but just all schools. So, I mean, I said it already in my readout, but I'm reiterating that you did agree that you would work on it, and I know it's still in process because it takes time, so we do appreciate that.
No, I wasn't implying that you hadn't said it in your report, or nor did you say that. I just wanted to single out and point out that it soon will be one of the biggest issues that we need to resolve. It is not a small amount. It is not, whatever. It's $12 million. It's a big number.
We need to play the lotto.
Right. Are there any other questions for FFT Chair? Okay, so then, thank you, Dr. Shalish.
All right, so the first readout I'll do is for special education. I'll just apologize. I did not send out my readouts or my meeting minutes before because I've been doing something every single day for the past 2 weeks. So for special education, we met on June 14th. I was there. Board Member Eckert and Board Member Wright were also in attendance. Our main topic of discussion, we talked about what happens if a parent or guardian refuses services or disagrees with the district recommendations. So we had a discussion about like what is revocation of consent, which is when a parent says, I don't want to, I guess, participate in any for special education. And then there's also, if there's a recommendation and the parent disagrees with that recommendation, what are their rights and how can they approach that? The next discussion was about, well, they haven't gotten this information yet, but I want to see if the district can have more integrations with the Loft and the Hub, because they're an external group basically that has grant funding that provides services to students. And I went to CPAC Cup Chat there, and I think it would be really beneficial for us to have more interactions with those organizations to see how we can help students. But we haven't had that meeting yet, so that will be something that we discuss next month. The next thing we discussed was students' struggles that have issues with executive function and qualifying for special education and related services. One of the things that we talked about is that many parents feel as though they are not able to qualify for services unless their child is failing. And that's particularly because many parents feel as though their kid needs an IEP to gain some sort of services. But the IRNS process and also the 504 plans also can provide students with those, I guess, tools that they need to succeed. But we did have a discussion about identifying students that have executive functioning issues and making sure they get the resources they need. We then had feedback on, I guess, a number of committees. One thing that we spoke about in particular was about student, I guess, having a transition or I guess, orientation for kids moving from high school or middle school into high school, and the fear that comes with that. The district does have an orientation program. However, one of the things that that the district notices is that some parents are afraid still, and they start moving out of the district earlier. So one of the things that we had discussed in committee was perhaps moving up in orientation or more discussions with parents earlier so that they can see that we have more resources for their students so that they're not afraid of that transition, because moving from middle school to the high school is a very big thing because Columbia is very big and that they feel as though their child may get lost. We also spoke about, I guess, culture and climate and wanting to really, I guess, emphasize the having interaction with neurodiverse students so that, you know, special education is not this thing that's over there. We need to have, I guess, a more robust program where they are part of the discussion all the time. And so we discussed, I guess, ways that we can have more orientations, more training, more interactions with students and the special education population so that they're not treated as other, because they're already having many struggles. And I think that if we can integrate them more into the population or into the general population and not treat them as separate, then they'll feel more comfortable. We'll see less people saying, I want to move my student out of the school district. Finally, we just have our next meeting will be July 12th, and that'll be at 6:30.
Thank you so much. Does anyone have any questions for Dr. Telesford? I guess one question or just comment or request for the upcoming meeting is that to broaden the orientation prospects for also, because when I've been talking to special education families, they talk about those transition years. So going from pre-K to kindergarten, obviously middle school to high school, elementary school to middle school. I think this particular year as well, several special ed students missed their orientation because of II placement, where the placement actually wasn't completed, I don't think, in time for them to attend the orientation, so they didn't know which school they were going to. But those transition years, I think it would be great if they had the opportunity to go into the school, see the school, meet the teacher, and have some level of comfort or familiarity prior to starting the school year. So I would love if you guys could talk about that in the next meeting.
Okay, sounds good.
Thank you.
All right, and the next committee meeting was a day later, on June 15th. The Data and Technology Committee met. I was there, Board Member Valdemelian, Board Member Wingfield, and we had a guest, Board Member Wright. We had two main topics. The first was about school status, which was you can think of it as a communications platform that can interface with PowerSchool, and really, I guess, it makes it easier for any district leader or administrator, teacher to pull information from the system. And they just presented that platform, and I think it looks like a pretty good system for, pulling data on a student, say, okay, how many times have you attended class? How many absences do you have? And being able to pull this data very quickly and, generate data reports that we can find that are more actionable than having to make a request and then say, who can make this request, who can go into the system and then pull that. So this will make it easier because it will allow more teachers, more administrators to pull this data. The next discussion we had was with Dr. Fergus. I've been trying to get him for several months because I want to, he has lots of expertise, and I wanted to have a discussion with the district admin and him so that we can have, I guess, understand how do we do a better job with data. And so we spoke a lot about, he spoke a lot about, we can have quantitative systems and we can get all this quantitative data, but that doesn't matter until you really have good questions or have good qualitative data, like incorporating focus groups, incorporating more surveys. And so the bulk of our conversation was just around how do we, what are the best times to collect data? What type of things should we be doing when we're creating a data infrastructure? And I guess one of the main things I saw coming out of this conversation was a data plan, something that you basically plan from the start. What is going to be your data plan for the year so that you can see, when I do my dipstick into the district to see how are things going, I can really get a good snapshot of what's going on. So it was a very fruitful discussion, and I thought it was one of the best discussions we've had this year. Any questions?
Thank you so much, Dr. Tellisford. We now have, I think it was Bill and then, yes.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you for being here. The Policy Committee met on June 7th at 6:30 and adjourned at 7:36. Board members Malaspina, Dr. Tellisford, and myself were present. Tonight we have three policies up for second reading and adoption. 7440, security on school premises, 8420, emergency crisis situations, and 8600, transportation. For 7440, it's worth underscoring we removed language regarding SROs. We also added language requiring secondary students wear IDs at all times throughout the school day, and that staff or students found propping open doors are subject to disciplinary action. For 8240, many community members will be pleased to know that we altered language so that students will be notified before an emergency drill that it is in fact a drill. We have one policy up for second read, that is 8600.1, hazardous routes. This policy formalizes the definition of hazardous routes and specifies the streets that were deemed so. At the start of the meeting, the committee discussed policy goals, which we will be finalizing at the next policy meeting. Ms. Boudin gave a short presentation on the redlining company Litera. In a nutshell, Litera's services can potentially incorporate Strauss-Esme updates while maintaining legally compliant components of our district's policy in the effort to stay compliant but not lose the spirit of SOMSD in those updates. Ms. Boudin is conducting further research and will make an assessment for us at our next meeting. In new business, we discussed policy 0164, conduct of board meetings, to explore possibly moving public speaks to the beginning of meetings at approximately 7:30 to allow people to speak on the agenda. The superintendent is sending out a survey to fellow superintendents to see what they do in their districts regarding public speaks as we look to improve public speaks during our board meetings. We intended to discuss Policy 3280, liability for student welfare, and Policy 5120, assignments of students, but due to time constraints, had to push to our next meeting. As for our next meeting, we do not have a date yet. We are actually trying to move policy meetings to the last committee meeting so that we can gather all relevant feedback to incorporate into our policy updates. And that is my update, if anyone has any questions.
My turn? Okay, I'm going to start first with the Mapso Freedom School liaison update. Bill and I attended the Teach Truth rally in Newark, and it was really powerful. They were very thankful that we passed the resolution affirming our commitment to teaching a diverse and inclusive curriculum, and they spoke about it at the rally. When I met with them earlier this week, they expressed a desire to present to the board about what they do during a meeting in the fall, and would like to participate in the August new teacher training, which was something that they had done in the past. So I have already reached out to Dr. Taylor in hopes that we will be able to facilitate this. Sorry I didn't get to send you an update. I've been really busy. It's the last week of school for me. So here is the CNI readout. We met on June 12th. In attendance at this month's meeting were board members Eckert, Duval Wilson, and myself. Board member Wingfield was again absent from the meeting. Ms. Bean presented the new Eureka Math 2 curriculum that is that the members of the curriculum, to the members of the curriculum committee, and all of the board members had an opportunity to see the presentation that she gave and pursue the curriculum prior to voting on it tonight. Eureka Math 2 was chosen through a rigorous process that looked at many curriculums. It was chosen because it is a user-friendly resource for students. It has support for teachers and has cultural and cross-content connections. It is also top-rated by EdReport. If approved tonight, it will be ready for implementation in the fall, and optional trainings will begin this summer for teachers who want to do that. But all teachers will get training in the fall. We got an update on the suicide screening, and we will be implementing in September, and we are making sure that we train the staff who will be using it, and we are happy because it is standardized for consistency across the schools. So everybody will be using the same tools. We spent talking about the CNI budget-related items that are on our monthly agenda, and this has been added to our agenda as a standing item so that we get a greater understanding of the CNI items on a month-to-month basis that are dealing with budget. We talked about ESSER funds being used for summer school, and we also have up for approval tonight a resolution to approve tutor.com, and which will provide free tutoring to our students, and that money is going to be paid for out of ESSER funds. We spent a lot of time going over the policies that were up for first read, and all board members were giving multiple chances to make comments prior to the CNI meeting so that we could discuss the proposals that they had. I want to thank Caitlin, Regina, Nubia, and Chloe who provided feedback. We will have more information to share once the proposed changes come through the policy committee next month. But know that we did make some changes to the religion in school policy and incorporated some of the feedback we heard from board members and from the public. We also spoke some about the dance program, and we hope to hear more from Mr. Sanchez about a plan moving forward, since they were planning to meet and discuss next steps. We learned that the guidance department has not done anything formally in regards to outreach packets related to VOTEC, even though in our policy, it states in our policy that they should be doing so once a year. We have asked them to develop a formal process so that that can occur. We spoke some about the fact that the district is going to be looking into the science-based reading and phonics curriculum and hopes to adopt a new curriculum by 2025. Dr. Beanfolks and Ms. Carrera will lead a team of teachers who will participate in the vetting process, which will be similar to the one that we used for the math curriculums. I left the meeting at 8:30 and Nubia took over from there, where they discussed Amistad training and credit recovery. Nubia, you can fill us in on any of those items related to that.
Amistad training, it's done every year. It's currently being planned by one of our supervisors for the following upcoming year. And we talked about wanting to dispel misinformation. Some think that Amistad is not in every single grade level, and it is. And our county superintendent reviewed our Amistad curriculum and gave us gold stars. And we do go above and beyond what other districts do in the state. So just wanted to put that on the record. And then, yeah, we discussed credit recovery and the process, and that the district works with legal to ensure our practices follow policy. That's it.
Any questions?
Okay. Seeing no further questions, we will move on to the action portion of the meeting.
Thank you, Madam President. There were no requests to sever anything. Just want to confirm that before we move. Okay.
I'd actually like to sever 4472E.
4472E, confirmed. Any other requests? Seeing none, hearing none. Board members, we will present to you, yes.
During the exec session, well, we talked about something in the HIB report not being present.
You're not voting on that tonight.
Okay.
Okay, all right. Board members, we put before you resolutions 4472 through 4480, understanding that 4472E has been severed. Do I have a second?
Yeah.
Great, we're now open for discussion on the aforementioned resolutions, with the exception of 4472E. Does anyone have
I'd like to
any-
make one comment.
Go ahead.
4472A, that's retirement of Mrs. Del Gercio. I'd just like to recognize her and let her know that we're going to miss her greatly. She's made so many contributions to this district over the last 8 or 9 years, and she'll be greatly missed.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Mr. Burnside. Board Member Vadlamani.
And also, I'd like to point out that 4477C is the transportation policy 8600, which everyone's worked very hard to bring it to this point where we actually going to vote on it and hopefully adopt it. And this is obviously providing busing to everyone, kindergarten, pre-K to 5, elementary school, for all children who live beyond 1.25 miles.
Seeing no further comments or questions, I think we're ready for roll call, Mr. Burnside.
Board Member Vadlamani.
Yes.
Board Member Tellisford.
Yes.
Board Member Gifford.
Yes.
Board Member Eckert.
Yes.
Board Member Malaspina.
Yes.
Board Member Wingfield.
Yes.
Board Member Deval Wilson.
Yes.
Board President Willetter.
Yes.
Motion's passed.
Board members, you will now consider 4472E. Do I have a second?
Second.
We're now in discussion for 4472E. 4472E is the transfer reassignment.
I would just ask Patrick again, just to make sure we don't get in trouble discussing folks, so that's all.
As we've seen through your very thoughtful and detailed emails, as much as at least you can speak to, I recognize it's a very difficult decision. I personally appreciate the thought and effort behind mitigating the reduction of Spanish teachers in the district. That said, I do have concerns about the impact that it will have on our students and the teachers that are involved. But again, I recognize the efforts that Mr. Adedoyan especially, but also anybody else involved went throughout this whole process. I know it's not an easy process when it comes to personnel and headcount and budget, so that's really all I wanted to say.
I also appreciate the discussion related to this, and having been one of the persons here in this district that was transferred at one point in my career, I understand how hard it is, and it was involuntary transfer. But I also appreciate the fact that we have looked at every way possible or as many ways possible as I can imagine, to make sure that we are saving staff. And I know decisions like this are not easy. Having been a person who experienced it myself, it wasn't something I personally wanted, but I do understand and want the public to realize that this decision was not made lightly and is being, I don't know, I'm trying to be very careful here, but is being done to make sure that we are saving and keeping our head count like it is. My only suggestion moving forward is that we do everything in our power to make sure that the people affected are informed as much as possible and included in the process, because it is hard. And having been a person who experienced it myself, I understand how traumatizing that is. And so I really would appreciate if we can make sure that we include them as much as possible in the process.
Hello? Okay. I don't know. I don't have that much more to add. I echo the sentiments of my colleagues here. I know that this was a difficult financial year for this district, many others, and it'll probably continue to be a difficult financial year ahead of us. And I do commend the district for trying not to adjust the head count, but I am concerned with this change, especially as it relates to how our young children, our second graders, will be affected. And they were the most affected during COVID with learning loss as well. And there's something called COVID babies where, anyway, there's just a lot. So I could go down a rabbit hole. I'm not going to go talk about that right now. But what I will say is I do want to echo what Board Member Malaspina said about including the teachers in this conversation as much as possible in advance. I think it could have probably alleviated some of the situation that we're in now. But thank you for all that you've tried to do.
Board Member Vadlamani.
So, I mean, we do talk in very cryptic ways about what we're trying to do. And I just want to clarify one thing, which I think I should be able to say, is that if for whatever reason this vote does not pass, that will have impact on people's livelihood. I think you did mention that, but let's just be clear on that. I mean, yes, we could vote either way. We can vote yes, no, but that's what is going to happen if we say vote no.
I think we're ready for a vote, right, guys? Okay.
Board Member Deval Wilson.
No.
Board Member Tellisford.
Yes.
Board President Whitletter.
No.
Board Member Malaspina.
Yes.
Board Member Wingfield.
Yes.
Board Member Gifford.
No.
Board Member Eckert.
No.
Board Member Vadlamani.
Yes.
It's a tie. Motion does not pass.
That concludes the action portion of the meeting. We will now begin our second hearing of individuals and delegates this evening. So we'll have to see if we have anyone available, or did anyone sign up? No more in person and no more.
Can you give me 1 minute, please?
Yep.
Thank you.
So in a situation with a tie when it comes to personnel, you need 5 votes to take with a 9-member board to make any personnel action occur. So here, where it was 4-4, the personnel action was defeated. If a person that voted no, who is in what ultimately becomes the majority side on this because it was defeated, chooses to move to reconsider, they can move to reconsider it. The yes votes on this are not able to move to reconsider.
Then the 2 people lose their jobs. Yes, I agree. I'm not, as you know, I'm fully in favor of, I understand the context.
I'm not debating, I'm not disagreeing.
I don't love it. Don't get me wrong, I don't. But I don't want 2 teachers to lose their jobs.
Do you want me to move on with public speaks? Second?
So, sorry, I don't know what the motion is, you're supposed to, whatever. There's still some discussion here for those that might want to change their vote since it was a tie. So I don't know what motion that would be to allow that discussion to go further.
I believe Pat should have.
So, sorry, let me understand this. So the people who voted no wanted to vote no without consequence. Stop.
No, that's not.
You were expecting it to pass because you thought, oh, there'll be 5 yeses and 4 noes. I can vote any which way I want, and I can go back and claim victory.
No,
But
I'm
unfortunately,
saying
this
some
blew
people
up on
might
your
want
face.
to change their minds. So, and if they do, then we can allow that.
I don't understand this changing of mind. I said, the last comment I brought up, I said exactly what's going to happen. I clarified so that there would be no doubt in anyone's mind. So yes, you want to continue voting no, that's fine. But I really think that this blew up in your face yet
No.
again.
No, no,
We're
that's
not-
not what
I
this is
don't think you-
about. What it's about is that, and again, like, I personally am making my own statement and saying no, and it's okay to do that for my own personal reasons and for.
Okay
and
to
because-
fire teachers in the middle of the school year?
Listen,
I mean,
because
come on.
we tend to put the comfort of adults over the comfort of children. We do it a lot.
So what you're
And-
saying is it's okay tomorrow, you're very comfortable
No,
firing the teachers.
so no, I think it's very unfortunate that if what happens is that 2 people are going to lose their job, I think that is very unfortunate. What I also think is unfortunate is that teachers didn't have the opportunity to have a discussion with the district, and that's something that is outside of our control. But we are talking about children.
Please do not blame the district. The district did its best in a bad
So
situation.
as I said, because we were.
They
at
made
sorry,
sure they
board member.
transferred. They made sure, yes, it's a bad decision, yes, but it was an impossible decision. So they made that terrible decision. And now we have made a decision, which is not even terrible, it's actually people are getting fired. It's not inconveniencing some people who have been there. Yeah, I understand. I mean, someone's been working there for 20 years, they get reassigned, it's terrible. But the choice is either that or you fire two people. And you've chosen to fire two people.
And as I said,
Okay,
because it was a tie, if someone wants to change their vote, they can.
Okay, so that concludes the action portion of the meeting. So we'll now move on to the second hearing of individuals and delegates. If there's anyone who's going to be speaking in person. Is there anyone? Okay, we can go over there.
I hearing and seeing how you all work and learning. I understand the voting and I understand what the vote means. And yay, I guess I should be celebrating, but I just kind of want to reiterate, I'm not here to save my job. I'm a big person. I love my job. I want my job. It's the job that I applied for. It's the job I signed up for. And I didn't expect it to just be taken away from me. That's to one side. And it's not that I'm not going to treat second graders with the need that they have. I'm completely inexperienced. I will need a whole lot more than just friendly teachers trying to help me out, because teachers are always very busy, and that's hard. I just feel like there's a way to have dealt with this situation that could accommodate everybody, and hopefully me in the meantime, seeing that my program, Stephen and I's program that we have developed, we wrote the curriculum, we live for it, we work hard for it every day, survives. We're seeing now, not only does our job completely change, I mean, imagine one day you're a broker and they tell you the next day, well, now you're a lawyer. I mean, where are you with that? That's basically what we're dealing with when we're talking about teaching a foreign language for over 20 years. And in the last 2 years or 3 years of your career, teaching a second grade classroom. It's a huge difference. So yes, certainly, I would like to hold my position. And of course, I wouldn't want anyone to lose theirs. There are open positions. If you walk into this building, you'll see them. Positions that with a little bit of manipulation or with a little bit of assistance from all can fulfill all the requirements so that no one has to lose their job. So I think there's somewhere between yes and no that could be accommodating to save the elementary Spanish program, I'm perfectly willing to mentor anybody in a new Spanish elementary position. I would relish in that because it's my baby and it has been for so many years. As Stevens, I know that Senor Carberry is planning on retiring in a year, so maybe I could do that for a year in a different kind of position and then move back in, hopefully. There's other ways than just yes or no. If you take the teachers who are on the ground every day doing the work, you'll find that we're pretty flexible people and that we can help with those decisions. That's all we're asking. We certainly don't want anyone to lose their job, and we certainly don't want to see the demise of the elementary Spanish program. So figure it out. We can figure it out. I'm willing to help figure it out. That's what I say. Thank you.
Okay, so can we all think together and work on this in a way that we can make everybody happy, between quotes, because there is no happiness, but at least the people feel okay. And let's try to save two people jobs, because at the end of the day, if we don't give them the jobs now it's too late to also apply for other positions in other school districts. So we're messing up, people, and I know them, and some of them might be a single mom with 2 kids and another one. So, and I don't have to say these things. I do have to say these things. But can we please, and there is some conversations about different things that can be done. One, adding Spanish to 3rd grade. It will be 1 teacher, only 1 teacher. And you will have a whole grade more with the Spanish. Another solution, Allison is willing to take the praxis next week to teach math, and she has experience in math in middle school. There is a position open. Another solution, there is a position of ELL in elementary. Steve has taught English. He's an elementary people, and it will be the same kind of thing. He's teaching language for people. It's like second language. So there are 3 different ways that maybe this could be resolved, and they will be cost effective. Of course, my number 1 will be adding Spanish 1 more year, because we're behind other districts about the language already. 1 teacher, all the 3rd graders will have Spanish. So can we please, Dr. Taylor, can we please do something where everybody keeps the job, we put people wherever we're supposed to put them, and then we put this to sleep? Because I can see that some people might be thinking about the kids. My job is to think about the grown-ups right now, and I'm telling you, we can fix it so everybody at the end gets what they need and what they deserve. So thank you, that's all I have to say. I mean, what else?
That's it? Okay, just to offer some feedback, I think that what I try to not do during this conversation is go tit for tat for anyone. I think that everyone has, of course, their right to share their feelings and share their experiences. And the one thing that we should know in this conversation is that it's HR's role to reach out to employees when they're going to be impacted and let them know what the impact will be. And that's what occurred here. I understand the want for that to occur earlier. I think that that's a very arbitrary notion. How early is earlier? Is earlier a month ago, 2 months ago? Thinking that this could all be figured out in that time span as well, because our district is very dynamic. People leave and come and go on leaves and have medical issues. Things happen all the time that change the landscape. Even with this vote this evening, if you had voted as our Mayor President said, there were plans for follow-up meetings to talk about what could happen, and things can happen in the next week, right? So what we wanted to avoid is what we spoke about, but it's part of our budgeting process. I know that there are creative ways to place people, but there are not creative ways to make up for budget shortfalls. Our budget opens up in the next week and a half, and for us to start with extra positions that were not budgeted for is really it's a real challenge, because we haven't even started our year and we'd be starting in -2 positions, which is just not the way that we can run school districts. So that's probably all that I could say, but I would just share that, saying that a meeting didn't happen early enough is really arbitrary. And thinking about when our budget process happened and the final approvals happened, you're talking about May, right? And we're only in the week or so of June. And there's a lot that happens behind the scenes to make this happen. So again, we of course respect the board's decisions, and as administrators, we take this back and we try to make it work and do the admin side of this work.
Thank you, Dr. Taylor. So I'd like to make a motion to amend the resolution 4472E.
Action portion is finished, so I mean, I don't understand how you can amend anything. The action portion is done. No. No. It's not about, it's not like a whim.
So
where
I
you
would
suddenly
like, do I have a second,
It's not like a
please?
whim where you decide that I want to vote no now, I want to vote
You
yes
can make
now.
a motion to reconsider.
Yes, sorry. So may I make a motion to reconsider resolution 4472E? Do I have a second, please?
Second.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Burnside, can you take roll? Oh, do you want to have okay.
My opinions still stand on the students, but I do appreciate the feedback, and thank you, Dr. Taylor, for adding some additional clarity on some potential future next steps that could take place. I know you can only say so much, and I want people to know that it's not easy me saying yes or no on these things, and trying to hearing all of the outcry and hearing the feedback and hearing how amazing these teachers are is really impactful. One of our jobs as board members is to listen to the community, and it can make our job a lot harder. But I'm never going to say that any of us are perfect and that any of us, and we all have the opportunity to change our mind. And if people decide to change their mind after hearing more opinions, we shouldn't be talked down to for that either. All voices are important, so thank you.
Yeah, I just want to echo Nubia's thoughts in that my opinion doesn't change. My priority for the students doesn't change. That said, obviously, our students will not thrive unless our teachers are thriving. So, you know, what some people may not realize, or maybe you do, is that being in this position, you are thrown a lot of information, oftentimes a couple hours before, 24 hours before, and you have to make the decision given the information that you have. People will have various opinions. What I want to dispel is that when I asked to sever this, this was my own decision based on my conversations with multiple people, including the district, including all of the community feedback, including hearing all public speaks. So what I don't want to happen is these accusations that we don't care for teachers, that we were mindless in the decision. There is so much information to take in at these meetings, leading up into these meetings, and I'm just going to leave it. I'm going to leave it at that. My opinions don't change, but I do appreciate the opportunity that we can reconsider.
Sorry, Board Member Wingfield, and then, or were you first? Sorry. Okay.
I'm concerned that for the second time in as many months that we are seeing a majority of the board go against our chief administrator's recommendation, in particular around personnel matters that have incredibly tangled consequences, and the outcome of those votes set into effect a chain of events that we can't walk back and are very, very harmful to the district. So this is the second time that that's happened in 2 months, and I need for us as a board to begin to be much more considerate of what our chief administrator is recommending and why. And if we have questions, we have opportunities to ask those questions. But when we come out in public and we vote in a way that, for me, is reckless, I think that we are putting our district in real jeopardy.
I just want to echo that same sentiment and just remember that I don't think anyone thinks there are nefarious decisions, but there are decisions that are made that have ripple effects. The ripple effect is if I say no to this transfer, then these people get fired. But when that decision is made, you're not thinking about the ripple effect, you're thinking about what I consider to be the feel-good effect of people who complained and I responded to the call. And that may not be what you're saying exactly, but many people will feel that way, that you responded to the call, but then those subsequent effects, those ripple effects are not considered. And those are the ones that I think are the most important. What are the ripple effects? Who gets affected? Who gets hurt? We can say that the children are hurt, but the livelihood of 2 people has been hurt by this decision. So I think when we make these decisions, really think about not just the first decision, but the second, third, fourth, fifth decision. Those are the important decisions that you really need to think about.
So I don't want to portray this as people who voted yes don't care for kids. That is absolutely not true. This is a tough decision. It's a terrible decision, but it has to be made. Somebody is losing out a little bit in this, but it's the best decision that you can make given a really, really bad role. Now, you complain about not too much information and all that. This is not that case. This is not a case where there was too much information. It was a very simple case. That's why I picked the last comment to point out what would happen if you voted no. So there was no 10,000 pages to read and 5,000 documents to parse. It's a very simple case. And unfortunately, we can only do a yes-no vote. There is no maybe vote. And one thing I definitely want to echo what Board Member Wingfield said is that second time in 2 months, you've ignored what the CSA has recommended, and now you've had to walk back. This is the second time you're walking back. That's exactly what I said about doing it again.
While I am in agreement that we should not do this, and voted yes because it's the lesser of two evils. I'm not happy about it. I don't love it. I don't even like it. I've been through it. I know exactly what those teachers are feeling. I hate it. I hate that they have to go through that. But I also realize I've been an administrator. I have been in education for 25 years, that you are guaranteed a position in the district. You are not guaranteed you are guaranteed a job in the district. You are not guaranteed a position. So at one point I had to go and teach elementary education, elementary library. I had never taught elementary library, but I had my elementary library certification here in the district. So I had to go do it. Did I like it? No, I didn't know how to do it. I didn't know, I had never dealt with elementary kids. They were like crying to me when their like tooth fell out. And I'm like, what do I do? Because I didn't know. But I had my certification, so that's what happened, and I did it because that's what we are guaranteed, a job, not a position, and not in a specific place. That's how the rules are. Now, what I will say is I do not find it appropriate for the other board members to be criticizing these members. They are allowed to make their decisions. They have to live with the consequences of their decisions. And to go and say that you are not listening to the chief school administrator, when there have been many times when those same board members have not listened to the same school administrator, I find hypocritical and ironic at the same time. But I think here we have these two people who I don't know, they have asked to revote. Let's revote. Let's do it. Maybe things will change. But I don't think criticizing them or going after them is a bad thing. People change their minds, they make different decisions, they listen. That's what we should be doing. And to be outrightly critical is inappropriate, in my opinion.
One of the questions I have for you, Dr. Taylor, the two teachers who would be losing their job, what school are they at?
Oh, I wouldn't know that. Yeah, it's, it would be and it will be the least senior in that category. So I wouldn't be able to point out who they are, and I probably shouldn't do that in public anyway. But yeah, it will be the least senior for any category. That's how it would work.
Okay. Okay. Oh, Bill?
Yeah, I just wanted to add that, when I think about two educators losing their job, I hate that. I hate to think about that. I have many friends who are teachers. I would never want someone to lose their job. I've lost my job before. It's a horrible feeling. I'm still not convinced that that necessarily has to happen. I would try to challenge, the superintendent and the business administrator to try to figure something out. But when as a parent, when I hear, these two educators talking about how they feel they're not prepared, if I were the parent of the students in that classroom, that would give me pause, to say the least. And I know from experience, enthusiasm is so important with teachers. And from what I've heard, these two educators are so enthusiastic about Spanish. And at this moment in history, so many Americans do not know a second language. We're teaching my son a second language, and it is so beautiful to see that in him. And I think that these two educators are giving that opportunity to so many students. So while I do believe that, two educators could be in peril but I really do want to, I mean, Nubia has challenged you guys before to go back to the drawing board with the budget, and you guys found the money. I think that you can do it here, but I'm thinking about the kids, and not that the other board members aren't. I think that we all place value on different things. I don't think that this discussion has to continue. I think everybody feels the way they do, but I did just want to share that I just really value, our students learning a second language, and enthusiasm is so important. And I remember learning a second language, and it's so hard. Many kids struggle with a second language. So when you find an educator that is enthusiastic, that can get through to you, we have to hold on to those people, and we have to figure out how to keep them in those roles. So I stand by my decision. And I really hope that they maintain those roles, and I hope that the board members that said no, keep that vote.
Board Member Vadlamani, and then Dr. Telesford.
So the very fact we are reconsidering the vote means that some people want to change their vote. If I and my colleagues had not complained and criticized, we would have wrapped up our hands and gone home right now. The only reason the revote is happening is because we complained and we criticized. So please don't tell me not to do that. The only reason the revote is happening right now is because we raised a problem with that. Otherwise, it would have been like, in fact, the board president said the action portion is over. That means we just go home. Public speech is over, we go home. And the vote would have stood. So, no, we don't change votes based on public speaks. We don't respond to people in public speaks. All the people who would like to do, I would like to do that too, but I don't. So anyway, let's clarify this again one more time. We're getting a vote done. If this vote fails, people lose jobs. Teachers lose jobs.
So, sorry. Oh, sorry. Yeah.
I just want to reiterate that my criticism is not for anyone personally. I criticize the decision itself and how it affects people. If anyone takes that as something personal, I hope not. I'm really just talking about what are the ripple effects of decisions that we make, and I want to make sure that's the prominent point.
Thank you, I appreciate that, Board Member Telesford. And actually, I don't like when people put words in my mouth or make assumptions. The reason why I had requested, let's allow people to change their vote if they want, since it was a tie, and I noticed that there were people who seemed to want to make comments in the audience, which allowed us to have public comments, which allowed Dr. Taylor to speak. I don't think that's a bad thing. And you can have your physical reaction, and that's okay too. We're a team here, and we all are going to have reactions to things, and reactions have repercussions. I will add, it is 10:40, and I do want to wrap up soon, but I will add that I did attend, this ESSER workshop that talked about the fact that ESSER funds can be used for staff. And I know that this is like a long-term position, and there might be some rules, but I'm just curious because one of the things that this workshop discussed was that so many districts use their ESSER funds for staff, and now they're trying to figure out, the repercussions of that. So with that said, we have $880,000 up that expires in September. We have millions that expire next year. Is this a decision that has to be made right now? You look at your budget cycle, and quarterly you're looking at your budget cycle. And so I'm just putting it to you. Could there be a chance that this doesn't have to change right now, and you could put those funds towards the teachers and delay this action? Thank you.
I'm sorry. Is a hand up? Should I go first? Or? Okay. So I don't know if we got a turn. Whichever. Okay. So I wouldn't be able to answer that question sitting here. We have a plan for our ESSER funds. We do use them for personnel. That's how we pay for our summer programs and things such as that. I think that the important piece here is when we ended the budget cycle the budget process cycle, this is the budget that you voted for, the budget that the county supported, that has a personnel seat chart that we connect all of our salaries to. all those things, and they're, they're how we are held accountable and part of our fiduciary responsibility. So this action was put forward after all of those conversations, right? So I would say that the line items that these folks are connected to are general fund line items, not ESSER, what is the title line items?
It's two different funds.
Right, yeah.
You can't commingle.
So, I mean, I think that the empathy that folks feel for people having to move or shift, I've seen this happen, it happens dozens of times. And I have empathy for everyone who has to go through it. But it's a general day-to-day operational process that is unfortunately part of what we have to do to keep ourselves in a place where our budget is going to be in a good place. We're 11 months away from the end of our budget, right? And so we can't make significant shifts and be successful. You've seen the things that have happened, the roofs that cave in, all these significant things that you don't plan for that occur. We're always trying to be responsible.
I'll just say one more comment and then we'll move to roll call, Mr. Burnside. But I think what I'm hearing from all board members is that there's ripple effects on both, in the entire ecosystem, whether you're thinking of it from a student's lens, from a parent lens, from a teacher lens. These decisions are not made lightly. There's a reason why it took so long to even make my decision, because I'm weighing so many different things. This is not easy. And when we think about the teachers in particular who are being reassigned, these are the individuals who are the most qualified, have the most experience. In one case, 23 years in the district, because of a certification status that is reason to move them where they've been and where they've had the most impact on students' lives and on this district has been educating our children in Spanish. And for me, I'm very passionate as well. My husband speaks 3 languages. I lived in Colombia. I think the Spanish language, everywhere I go in New Jersey, every restaurant, this language is so critically important and valuable for our kids to know and understand. So to see this, this is just a really difficult decision, and it's hard.
Just remember, you're not reducing the number of your foreign language teachers, right? You're changing the assignment because you're shifting to provide even more opportunities for different languages, right? That we're one of the few districts that has Chinese as a world language, and its popularity is growing. Those are all great things, right? But we have to also be fiduciarily responsible.
But it's like luck of the draw, right? If you have the certification status as you're moving the pieces of the puzzle together, it wasn't a reflection of who's best suited to do this work.
It's public education in New Jersey because of tenure laws, right? This is what governs us. We've been in many spaces where it's first in, first out, and you talk about the folks who are impacted. Every district has to deal with it, and it happens everywhere, and it's impacted by the laws that govern us, the rules that govern us that aren't always fair, but they're the rules of the game that guide us on this work, so that we also aren't arbitrary and have favoritism and things like that, right? I've seen these decisions come down to what day you were hired. Literally, you were hired Monday, I was hired Friday, you were last in. Those things can be that specific, and it's the rule of law.
Okay. Mr. Burnside?
Just to clarify, this is
We'll take a roll call on resolution 4472E.
reconsideration.
Right.
A vote yes is to pass the motion.
Yes.
So vote yes passes the motion.
Correct.
Vote no continue.
I'm sorry, nothing has changed since the last time we discussed this. Voting no means 2 people
Okay,
get
I
fired.
just wanted to check.
Right? Okay. Board President Whitletter.
Yes.
Board Member Winkfield.
Yes.
Board Member Tellisford.
Yes.
Board Member Vadlamani.
Yes.
Board Member Eckert.
Yes.
Board Member Duval Wilson.
Yes.
Board Member Malaspina.
Yes.
Board Member Gifford.
No.
Motion passes.
Before we conclude the resolutions, I want to remind everyone, our moving up ceremonies are tomorrow and Monday for SOMS and MMS, and we, of course, want to encourage those who are available to please come out and celebrate our kids. And that concludes the resolutions.
Thank you, Dr. Taylor. So now we're moving on to the new business portion of the meeting. That's where board members can bring forth topics that are of such urgency that they have to be met during this meeting. So I will look at my fellow board colleagues. Does anyone have any new business this evening? Okay, Dr. Tellisford.
I guess earlier this week, we had a special meeting, and in the announcement, it said that there was going to be...
Wait, I'm sorry, Dr. Tellisford. So this is supposed to be action. So are you making a motion
No,
this
I don't have
evening?
to, it's not action, but
Okay.
it's a comment, and I think it's very important that it's made. It's not, I do not have to have an action, I just have to have something I want to say here.
Okay.
And we had a meeting, a special meeting that had evaluation negotiations, and we received a number of emails from the public on that. And in some of the responses back, we saw that some board members had responded to emails. And I actually had to apologize to some community members for some of the responses that community members received. When we as a board, any of us respond to the public, we should recognize the fact that you are speaking for the board. And so some of those comments were, I consider to be rude and just very unacceptable. And so I want to apologize to the public for those comments because that is not the type of language that should be coming from the board. And I think that when board members respond to the public, they should not accuse them or point fingers at them, and they should always be polite to the public.
Thank you, Dr. Tellisford. I think we're definitely in agreement there. Okay, so seeing no further new business, we will move on to, I'll make the following motion. The Board of Education will meet in a special public session on Tuesday, June 27th at 6:30 p.m. at 525 Academy Street. It will immediately adjourn to go into executive session in person, as well as using an online video conference platform in the superintendent's office, and this will be to discuss the chief school administrator evaluation. No action will be taken. Oh, sorry, that changed. Yes, okay, so my apologies. Action will now be taken during Tuesday's meeting. The Board of Education will meet in public session on Thursday, July 27th at 6:30 p.m. In the district meeting room at 525 Academy Street. Immediately following the opening of public session, the board will move to go into a closed session in the superintendent's office. Immediately following the closed session, the Board of Education will meet in public session, estimated to be around 7:30 p.m. in the district meeting room. May I have a second? Second. Okay, all in favor? That appears to be unanimous. Mr. Burnside, I would now like to make a motion to adjourn this meeting on Thursday, June 22nd at 10:52 p.m. May I have a second? Thank you so much. All in favor? Meeting is adjourned. Thank you, everyone, and have a wonderful evening. Good night. Thank you, Dr. Taylor.